You guys are so attached to Tim. Oily Timmy. Out in the trenches with no one to love him. No oily Timmy. No oily Timmy. I thought, wait, on the schedule, doesn't it say it's a study hall today? Or am I cray? Wednesday, study hall felting magnets. Bam! Does schedule lie? Sometimes schedule lie. That's so fair. Sometimes schedule do lie. Hi, this is a weird angle. Hello. Hi, everybody. Oily Timmy has coated our human hearts with slick love. I don't like that. No one likes that. Nice floor. Thank you. It still has like plaster remnants on it. But I haven't bothered to mop. I vacuumed in here. I haven't bothered to mop though because there's still like I don't have my bookshelf in here yet. There's still so much shit to do, you know? Oily Timmy has so much riz. He doesn't even say anything. He's powerful, this man. 3 more days and I'm going to start my Over the Garden Wall marathon. Dude, you can treat Over the Garden Wall like a little movie, to be honest. It's only, what, like 2 hours long if you watch all of it straight through. It's good. Okay, so hold on. This angle is weird for me because I can't, like, see you. Does that make sense? Hold on. I'm just going to lift it just a little. Hi. That's a little better. That's a little bit better. Oop. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I, a few years ago, bought little pumpkin magnets that I put on my fridge every year. And every year I look at them and go, I could make these. That's that toxic dad's side of the family brain. Everybody on my dad's side of the family has, why would I buy that? I could make it disease. But I legitimately was like, I could make that though. I'm positive that I could make that. Okay, there we go. Now it's unlocked. So we're gonna try to make some. I've only ever felted weird little animals. And I figure a pumpkin is basically just the head of a weird little animal with some string around it, you know? So, fuck it. And they don't have to be orange, do they? They can be whatever color we want. I also wanted to try, I have a bunch of like little bits of yarn that I haven't used for anything, like, and you know, you can basically just take yarn and like brush through it and then felt with it. I've never tried doing that before. So I grabbed a little baby ball to maybe try that with if we're feeling frisky. Oh, you need to cosplay Oily Timmy now is dye your hair black. I think I'm gonna go dark. Yeah. We were talking about what I was gonna do with my hair. I think I'm gonna go dark. Not because I want to cosplay Oily Timmy, but you know. I've also never used one of these before. I normally felt with just a single needle, which are these. They basically have felting needles. They have like tiny little barbs on them so that they grab yarn and they grab all of the tiny little bits of yarn and shove them together, right? I've only ever used a single, and it takes a while. And so I went and I bought this, which is basically a bunch of little needles all together so that you can felt a wider area quicker. But I also, this is normally what I felt on. You want to have something under what you're felting so that the needles aren't just slamming into like a table or something, right? It'll break the needles, and it's also not good for whatever surface you're on. So I got one of these to felt on top of because I was already getting shit. So yeah. So fuck it. Let's just do a thing, shall we? Yeah, I think Arnar is in the ocean now. Okay, I'm gonna start with just like a small circle. Come on, man. Why do you keep unlocking? What's happening to you? Why do you keep on... What's going on? There we go. Watch your fingers, bitch. Watch your fingers, dude. Here's the thing. If I was smart, I would use a different color, like a color that I don't use very often as like the middle bit. Normally you put color on top of something else. But I wasn't sure how big we wanted this pumpkin to be. We're felting, so basically we're taking yarn and we're telling it to tangle itself. So anything that's like made of felt originally was like this, right? Just loose wool. And then you take a little barbed needle and you basically like push it into itself so it kind of tangles. I don't know how I feel about this tool. It's probably because I'm just used to using the single needle, but it's definitely faster, but I also feel like I have like less control almost. Like this is much more soothing to me to just do this. Yeah, basically you just kind of like stab it over and over again until you get the shape that you want and it's as dense as you want it to be. And like I was saying, normally in the middle wouldn't be made up of like whatever color you want to use. You would save the color to put on top. But I didn't know how big I wanted this pumpkin to be. But people felt with, if you have a cat that sheds a lot, sometimes people will like wash wash their cat's hair and then felt with cat hair and stuff. If you've got like a Maine Coon or something else with really long hair that sheds, save that up for a while and give it a wash, and then make a tiny Maine Coon out of it. So it seems like the benefit of the brush versus styrofoam, like I've used in the past, is that the brush, it kind of like sticks to the brush a little bit. It sort of keeps it in place. My brain would get bored after 2 minutes of doing that. Oh my gosh, I love it. I could just sit and do this for so long. Thus why I brought it today. I was going to do my makeup today, but I ran out of time. And I also was kind of like, the camera's not even going to be on my face today, mostly. So forget it. Clarky and I were doing some felting. We were trying to make a little, speaking of, we were trying to make a little felt cat together. And I kept, momming and being like, just be careful, make sure you don't stab your fingers. And the only person who was stabbing their fingers constantly was me. Clark didn't stab herself once. It's like, God damn it. I mean, I'm glad. I would much rather that was the case, but like, I'm supposed to be the adult. Don't you normally do these on a Friday? My whole schedule is all over the place now. In the past, yeah, I've done them on Fridays. We don't really have set things happening on set days currently. I try to make sure every Monday is like a gaming something, just because the day before that is a chatting stream. And if we're really enjoying the game, I'll probably just keep playing it on Tuesday. I try to do something different Wednesday, and I try to do something different Friday. I'm wondering, like, depending on how like dense. So I made a little circle now. Let's see if it'll focus in on it. I've made a little circle. It's a pretty dense little circle. I would want it to be bigger than this for sure, but I'm wondering, like, if you felt it too dense, when you tie the string around it to create like the pumpkin bubbles, if that wouldn't work as well. Will you be going back to playing Final Fantasy XIV soon? Yeah, I'd like to, I think Friday nights are still when we would wind up doing that. We can't do it this Friday because Sam's like special birthday dinner that I set up a couple weeks ago is on Friday night. So. Okay, so how much more would I need to turn this into a big old boy? I'm wondering if I have something else that I could use. I guess technically I could use some of this. I could literally just use this as a ball. But then I don't get to use the pretty color. I'm probably not going to use this color for much of anything. So maybe that would be better. We'll set you off to the side for now. Some more like this size and then the purple on top. I think that would work good. Are you still? Yeah. Oh, God. I'm going to use this to do the like basic shape needling. And then I'll swap to the one because I prefer it. So like even just with that, like it's knotted enough that it's sort of like, you know. So you just keep doing that kind of shit. And I just rotate it over and over so that I don't accidentally make like something flat because I've spaced out too much, you know. A needle broke. That was so quick. What the heck? I see the chair survived the move. It did. Okay. So the problem with the brush is because the ball sticks to it, it's sort of like yanking, like it's making it even fuzzier, you know? So I might kind of prefer this once the shape is there. Or not, who knows? We're just messing around. Would you need the brush anymore when it's so big? I guess like as it gets more and more dense, it's not as big, right? And these needles, the needle is still longer than the ball. So you just don't want to stab through it is all. I was so hyped for stream today. I slept through yesterday's evening stream. Oh. Yesterday's evening stream was fun, I think. It was a sponsored thing, but the game was really cute. Have you thought about playing any Baldur's Gate 3? The problem with Baldur's Gate 3 is it's so big. It's such a big game, you know? I'd like to play games that feel like we could possibly finish them or at least like make a dent in them, you know? People who are playing Baldur's Gate either no life Baldur's Gate for a while, like Sam and the boys did, or they're just playing it forever, and I just can't do that. Not that I wouldn't enjoy myself, just in the past when I've sort of mained one game, it does murder on my channel, so. Which is fair. I like the variety. Okay, we've got a good little ball now. Look. And it's still a little bit squishy, which I think will be good for pumpkining, you know? Pumpkinin. Sir? Oh my God. I found a crane fly in the sink and I panicked. I was like, I cannot let Clark see this crane fly. It's gonna start a whole thing. So while she was talking to me, I was trying to like really casually like get it out of the sink and put it somewhere else. And she didn't catch me, thank goodness. Yeah, it's funny because I mean, we talked about it a lot when I was trying to sort of revamp stuff on the stream. I haven't seen a huge difference in viewership, if I'm being honest. We had like a week there where the viewership was really good, and then stuff sort of dipped again, which is fine. But we were talking a lot about like what works on the channel and what doesn't work, you know. And yeah, there's people that only like the chitty chatty streams or the like non-gaming streams, and people that love the gaming stuff, but only specific types of games, you know. Games where we get really invested and make a bunch of goofs like Oily Timmy. So trying to find the right balance is hard, you know. I was talking with Sam because like one of his subathon goals was that he would get a VTuber model made, and we were talking about it. That's so funny. Literally saying that out loud reminded me that I had a dream about that. I had a dream that he had a VTuber model. Anyways, and because we were talking about it yesterday, I guess. Anyways, so he's like in the process of that, and we were talking about how like I've said before that it would feel pretty natural for me to like slowly transition into doing less real life stuff. I've talked before about how like as I've gotten older, I've become a more private person, you know, not that like the IRL stuff like this would just go away completely, but I was like, yeah, I've thought before about getting a model made. And so him being Sam, he immediately was like, cool, I'll just tell people we both want one then. You know, since I'm like already reaching out to people to like get cost breakdowns and stuff, I'll just say we want two. And I was like, okay. But getting VTuber models made is so expensive. Sam, efficiency. Yeah. It's more like, I think he has like areas where he feels like he can be really helpful, you know. Like when he was needing to replace his PC and he got me a new PC that I'm trying to like transfer over to right now. But he got me a new PC literally because I had just been like, oh yeah, I've been having some trouble with my PC. I'll probably buy a new one soon as well. And you know, his immediate thought was, I'll just get her a new PC, right? It's one of those situations where it's like, I know how to do that. I can help with that, right? I can provide that. It's interesting to see you think about a VTuber after doing on-camera stuff for so long. Yeah, we've played around with VTuber stuff before, like the PNG tuber and things like that. I really like the moral model. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, like for Buff Pup, it's an investment. So yeah, it makes sense for her to just pay like an outlandish amount of money because that is her bread and butter, right? And to get like a really good model made, you're not just working with one person, right? Like You get the design made, that's a certain amount of money. You know, full 360 view, all the different expressions that you want, and then you need somebody to actually make the model. You need the rigging done. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's not surprising to me that Buff Pup would be paying like a crazy amount of money for a VTuber model, because that is her business, right? But yeah. It's been nice, like, playing around with different model types, because, like, somebody was mentioning the Moral model. We did the model that was literally just, like, me and a Kigurumi, right? That was the PNG model. I think I'd probably do what... I think Buff Pup also does this. What some people do, which is have, like, a couple different iterations of the same, like, character or the same model, right? But then that's more money. So, I don't know. But it would be cool to have, like, one that's kind of just me, and then me as more and more and more of a mushroom person. And sort of, like, split the difference. I think that could be fun. Are we talking about 4-digit prices? I think Buff Pup said it was like, what, 20K or something to get everything done for hers. So we're not talking about like small, but again, that's for Buff Pup, right? I would not pay that much. That would be crazy. But it would definitely, even for like small stuff, it's, you know, in the thousands for sure. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to design and rig up a model. I wish I had kept up with 3D modeling now. You can charge, depending on what your area of expertise is, you can charge a lot. Yeah, especially like, I mean, VR chat is still huge. Ouch, stabbed myself. First stab of the day. It's specialized work. The cost of an hour is not minimum wage. Yeah, for sure. It's so much work. And like, we talked before also about the difference between like 3D and 2D models. And you might think like, well, a 2D model at least isn't going to be that much. 2D models also have an insane amount of work that goes on behind them. Because a lot of them mimic 3D now. And that takes so much like specific work and stuff. Hi, Brett. Stab counter 1. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm felting. I'm trying to make a little pumpkin. Okay, that's starting to look good. It's kind of hard to tell that it's purple, I think. But this is the color. So that's good. That's a good little... So we can start to sort of flatten it out into more of a pumpkin-y shape, right? I was trying to find my little magnets. I literally just saw them the other day. And I was like, I know right where those are. No issue. I'm going to find them so quick. I think because we're finalizing the move from the other place finally. There's just, stuff has all just been moved all over the place, you know. Stab counter would be hard though. She stabs so fast. I think they mean like how many times have I stabbed myself? I've stabbed myself once so far today.
Also, hi, I'm Ariane. I hope you're doing good.
What does the stabbing do anyways, besides help with your mental health? It does do that. It's very soothing. So basically, I was explaining anything that's felted that you might have is essentially like wool like this. Wool wants to tangle on itself really bad. It loves to tangle. So we're encouraging that. We're taking needles that have like little barbs on them. I don't know if you'll be able to see. Do you see those like little cuts and divots in the needle? So essentially it's grabbing these little flyaways and pushing them in and then coming back out, and it just tangles in on itself. So it's just tangling, tangling, tangling. And the more tangled it gets, the denser it gets. So this is much more dense than it was originally, right? It's becoming a shape. And we want it to be a pumpkin, so I'm trying not to make it too dense. I want it to have a shape, but I'm trying not to make it too dense because then we're gonna take, I might want to use embroidery thread instead. This might be too thick, but yeah, I'm going to try with embroidery thread, I think. We're going to take string basically and then tie around it to create the like bubble sort of aspect to a pumpkin, right? And then I have these just like felt sheets that I bought forever ago for craft stuff with Clark. And we're going to hot glue and then twist them, and that's going to be like the little stalk, and we can hot glue those onto the top. I brought green as well in case we want to put little leaves on there. Oh, yeah. I've never watched someone do dreads or like worked on dreads before. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can find, where's my embroidery thread? It's so organized. I might not have one that's light enough, but we can also separate threads. Yeah, that one's better. Let's see. I think that'll be good. Actually, I think that'll work just fine. No! Do I not have scissors? Of course I don't. Yeah, that's a good color for this. Yeah, that works. Do I have anything that I can pretend is scissors? Or do I have to go in the house? I think I'm gonna have to go in the house. That sucks. Okay. Use your teeth. I'm not using my teeth to try and rip through what? 9? Is it 9 bits of string that goes into an embroidery thread? Something like that. Rookie mistake, dude. We took all of the scissors up to my kid's room yesterday. Did Sam show you the little book that I made him? Clarky and I were doing a weird like mini book DIY thing. She got really hyper focused on it. I'm pretending I'm playing Genshin, but I'm just doing nothing instead. That's okay. Do nothing, homie. Okay, I'm gonna have to go in and get scissors, I think. So hold on for just a moment. I will be back. What does this say? Nope, not that one. I'll have it say something else. Great. Perfect, okay. Okay. Hi. Boop. Guess what I found? My little circle magnets. Yes. And scissors. Boop. Whoa. All right. Back in. We're back in, baby. Nell, I'm so glad. Dude, even just like digital body doubling can do so much. It can be so helpful. So yeah, if this is helping you out, I'm delighted. For a second, I thought you forgot the scissors. Went in, put my hair up, found magnets, came back. Can you imagine? I'd be so mad. How long is this gonna need to be, do we think? I'll just do really long, quote, end quote. Why am I in the house? Oh yeah, I need to make sure I know where that is. Okay. Okay, so this might be kind of hard. We're gonna try to oh shit. Do that. You can't see it. Yay! Okay. I have no memory of this place. No. I'm so shocked I did that with nails. I was trying to explain to Clark that, like, there are some things that you would think are easier when you have nails, like acrylics, but they're just not. This is not one of those things. I don't think anybody would look at this and be like, yeah, that's probably a lot easier to do with more things on your fingers. Okay. Little pumpkin type baby. We just need to adjust where some of these are. Okay, let's cut this. Let's get this off of here. Little pumpkin. Little pumpkin. Okay. This needs to be scooched a little as well. I need to make sure I'm happy with all the sections before I glue it. Because I think once I glue it, we're locked in, dude. So. There we go. Not bad for my first one. Can't complain. Pretty happy with that. Okay. Let's plug in my glue gun. Oh, where's your... You don't have a stick in you. Silly goose. What are we supposed to do with no glue stick? No glue stick. Okay. Great. No. Just sit. Hey. Sit nice. Sit nice. There we go. Okay, she's heating up. And then we can do a little bloop here. And then on the top bit, since we've got this little knot here, that's where we'll do the stem and stuff. Yeah. Make a few of those. Garlic. It could be garlic. Hello, I made you a garlic magnet. Just for you. Is that the final color for this one? Yeah, it's like a light purple. We've got a bunch of colors and things. Okay, that's the right side. Using my metal thermos to make sure. Yeah, so little glue, magnet, other side, little glue, stem. Cute. Yeah, it might be hard to tell. It's like a pinky purpley color. It's this color. For comparison, this is like an off-white. Might help with color recognition on camera. Garlic to keep the vampires away. Indeed. Yeah, we've also got like a pink. So we can do pink one. We have light blue. I do have orange. And I have yellow. And like I said, I have tons of just yarn I've never used that we can potentially comb out and try using as well for fun. But I do need to figure out. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I just realized. Hold on. Oh, yes. Let go! Oh my goodness. Let go, please. Let go. Like, I have this yarn, which I think is so ugly. I'm gonna use this to make the balls to put the color on top of, I think. Let go. Just let go. I'm begging you. This fucking thing. Just holding on for dear life. Let go. I'll figure it out later. Just let go. Thank you. Okay. This. It's not like the colors in it are fine. But altogether, I'm just not a fan. So I can just make little balls with it and then felt, and then put color on top. Maybe. We'll try it. Whatever. But of course, now we have to deal with this. The yarn tangle, my nemesis. Oh! That's why. Okay. Scooch, please. Do you think that when the "Will you wear wigs" prank was happening, do you think they thought to themselves, this shit is going to be iconic? This is going to be amazing. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can use old yarn as like the base for the middle basically of the pumpkin. Cuz if I can, that's nice. Cuz I've got some yarn that I don't care for very much. I might as well use it on a project, you know? Use the scissors. Why? I need it to be long. Or rather, I want it to be long so that it holds its shape. If we're cutting it constantly, it's more opportunities to unravel. Although, it is going to be felted, so. The fuck is that? There we go. Okay, let's see if this is even going to work. Ooh, honey, come here. This is the sort of situation that's going to break another needle. I feel it. This might be too dense. This might be too dense. If it's just one. Might have needed to brush it out. Yeah. In which case, let's see. there's a new kid at my daughter's school, and they got added to like the parent group chat or whatever. They were like, yeah, we're new to town, you know, blah, 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 blah. And so I was like, I'm going to be proactive because, you know, I've only lived here for a couple years. And I know how weird it can be to be in a new place, right? So I reached out to be like, hey, I hope you guys are settling in well or whatever. And she was like, thank you. And we were talking about, she was asking a bunch of questions about like the school and stuff and what we do during the half-term break so they can like figure out what their plans are or what they should do. And she was like, yeah, you know, I don't want our kid going somewhere for too much of it because like kids should be able to chillax, you know? And I was like, okay, I love this person because they unprompted just said chillax to me in a text message. I love that. You can felt yarn. You can. You just have to be able to brush it out, which I was hoping this would help me do, but it's hard to like get it to unravel, I guess. Probably should have. I feel like in theory that should work, just brushing it, but last time I was here, the office wasn't painted yet. Yeah, I painted it a couple Saturdays ago. And I like the color. I'm really happy with it. But obviously there still isn't very much in here yet. Oh my gosh. This is so much more of a pain in the ass than I thought it was going to be. I'm just going to commit. I'm just going to commit. Or try to. I had a very American moment today. Speaking of the parent group chat, one of them was like, hey, we're trying to do a get together because a few of us are turning naughty 40. Okay, so I want you to keep in mind, that's how, with my mouth, with my American mouth, that's how I would pronounce that, right? And I was like, why are they calling it naughty 40? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't sound cool. It doesn't rhyme. I don't understand. And I sat there looking at it for so long before trying to pronounce it with an English-ish accent and went, oh, it's starting to make sense now. It's starting to make sense now. It's starting to sound right. So I went into the group chat, like, I just want y'all to know my American ass had to say this like 11 times out loud before I figured out how it was supposed to, how it was supposed to be said. And everybody was laughing at me. Yeah, it's just ripping it. Which is like that's, oh, you can't even see it. Like, that's kind of what we want, but at the same time, not what we want, right? Okay, let's try
when it's like this, when it's unraveled a bit. Does that make it kind of workable? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Still wants to hold its shape. I think this is workable though. I think we could do this. It's just a pain in the ass, dude. If you had the right tools to like brush out yarn, that would probably work really well. Honestly, I bet just like a dense bristle brush kind of like this would probably do it. Yeah, this is like slowly becoming a thing. Yeah. All right, let's see how our glut is doing. Miss Glagun, how you doing? Oh, you're warm. That's good. Ooh. You got a little glut. A little bit of glut. Okay. We'll let that cool. Punctuality. What a good name. Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. Okay, we got our little on there. Cute. No, it just needs its little stem and stuff. That'll be adorable. Pet brushes. I don't have a pet brush because my cats hate them. Hold on. Nope. Well, it's making them frizzier, but it is not unraveling them, you know? Not really. I used to watch you on the podcast way back in the day. Met you at CoxCon years ago, but I haven't been around for a while. I hope you're keeping well. Thank you. I am. I'm very happy. I'm living in England. My kiddo is getting huge and beating me at Settlers of Catan. I'm not salty. It's just the truth. But yes, I'm very happy. Thank you. It's like what happens when I try to brush my hair. Oh my God, what a pain in the ass I've created for myself. But I don't want to use like the felting wool, the like colorful felting wool for the middles. That just doesn't make any sense, you know? So what do I do? If instead of rolling it up like this, we're experimenting here, guys. If instead of rolling it up and making it super dense like this, if it's just this, what happens? Out of curiosity. What happens if it's just this? Will you start to tangle? Not really. Dig around in some unsuspecting couch cushions. Make a ball out of yarn and cover it with wool. That's literally what I was doing. It's too dense, because then the felting process, it like, I already broke one needle. If things are too hard, the needle breaks. And oddly enough, a ball like this is remarkably hard. Didn't you like go to school for prop design or something? I did. I have a degree in prop design and costume crafts. So I like this sort of shit. This shit is fun for me. Honestly, I would probably just unravel all of these individually. I just, made the silly mistake of getting my nails done, so it's a pain in the ass now. Clump the yarn. I just did. I literally just did that. It doesn't want to knot onto itself if it's still twisted like this. It wants to hold on to its shape. We need it to be like pretty frizzy, like this, so that it has lots of flyaway bits for the barbs to grab onto and knot it. Man. Wish I had a good brush for this. I just don't. Could you use heat? To do what? This is so silly. Okay. I once watched my ex make a tail out of brushed out yarn to make the fur. It took her months. Yeah, I've watched people do this for doll hair. If any of you guys, I know some of you do. Some of you definitely do. If any of you guys watch people like, take old dolls and refurbish them or, whatever. Well, the heat still wouldn't unravel it. We can make it frizzy just by brushing it out with that, but it doesn't untwist. It's yarn, so it's been twisted to make a rope. If you can see that, God. So I'm trying to untwist it is the thing. Adding frizziness isn't really the problem. It's getting it out of its current shape so that it's knottable. Because otherwise it'll just keep trying to maintain that shape, Once it's unraveled, it works. Hi, Free. New Rusty Lake is out today. Eyebrow Wiggle. The one we played the demo of, yeah? Where we were on like a weird train. This has Raspberry Ripple vibes. What? I should probably just finish this one. I'm putting it off now. Hold on. Oh. I just need to make my little I'm basically trying to make like a weird little spiral out of brown felt. No! I need another man. Come to me. One more loop. One more loop, I think. I got so much hot glue on my nails. Fuck. It's fine. Oily Timmy getting some rest today. He is. He deserves it. He's worked so hard. So yeah, hopefully this will work. We'll see. probably should have done that ahead of time so that I could just make sure it was glued up nice, but that's okay. I'm going to try to do something weird. No! Fine, whatever, fuck it. Just get my nail in there. What else are they for? Looking pretty? Okay. So we made like a cute little spiral. I don't know if you can see it. And then, whoop. And then it can stick out of the top. It shouldn't be that big though. It looks like it needs to be smaller. And then I think we should do a couple little leaves, right? God bless my child for just having felt around all the time. Why are we blinking? Thank you. Cute. Couple little shits like that. Okay. So a couple little leaves like that, and then, where's my man? There he is. And then a little like that. Cute, I think. I think that's cute. Let's hold on. Cute little pumpkin. Cover my face. And it's a magnet. Fantastic. How cute. I love it. My nail tech's gonna be like, what the fuck have you done? I don't know. I don't know what I did. I just melted them a little. It's fine. Okay, cool. 1. Adorable. Ouch. Leaving me dry like a goddamn vampire. It's fine, it'll polish out. Okay, let's try to unravel another one. What the brushing has done, actually, is make it easier to get started unraveling it. So I'll take it. Okay, 1. Cool. The nails will be sacrificed for the pumpkin. It's fine. It's for the pumpkin. I should have brushed them out a little bit. Hold on. It's starting to stick, but not enough. Sorry. That's better. Bye, Forecast Gray. Making cookies? We made bread last night. I normally get like wholemeal bread flour. And this time I just bought strong white. And Clark was like, it looks like normal bread. It's like, damn, okay. She's like, wow, it looks so nice. It looks normal, like normal bread. Like, okay, calm down. It was really soft though, like way too soft. It was so hard to cut even after sitting for a while. We could also make a pumpkin garland. That's true. That would be very cute as well. Soft as in you didn't build enough gluten, or like it was mushy. Like it didn't hold its shape. So when we cut it, like the inside separated from the crust, I guess. Normally we can cut the bread just fine. So I don't know if it's like the ratios need to be different or... So I don't think it would be the flour. I want a little more on there, I think. Can you guys hear the music? Yes? Okay, great. I can't. It's very light on my end, so I can't really hear it, so I just wanted to double check.
A corma de squirrel? Or a corm de squirrel? Welcome to the Cat Gang. Thank you very much for subscribing. Come on, man. Sure, I'll take that. Oh, there's a big old knot in that one now. That's okay. And in this. Doe may have been too hydrated. Okay. Okay. We're making pumpkins. We made this one so far. Little felt pumpkins. This one we put a magnet on the bottom. That was silly. That didn't work. I have magnets on my fridge exactly like this that I bought like 3 years ago. And at the time when I got them, I was like, I could have just made these. Now that I'm looking at them, you know, I could definitely make these. And so a few days ago, I was looking at my fridge and I was like, man, I wish I had a few more magnets. I wish I had like a couple more of these pumpkins. And I realized I'm gonna make them. I'm just gonna make a couple more.
I'm going to make them in different colors. Because the ones I have are orange, which is fine. But I'd like some in different colors, I think. Is that like normal yarn you use for this or special material? So I'm using old yarn for the middle, and I'm using dyed wool for the outside. As long as it's wool, you can find like packs of like felting wool, but it's basically just wool that hasn't been spun, right? So it's like loose and it's easier to get it to knot and stuff. Okay, this little guy is making me mad. Get off of there. Yeah, so this one's purple. I don't know if you can tell. That one's purple. I think I'm gonna do yellow next. And I've got light blue as well. So if I can make 3 of them today, that would be great. Never can have too many magnets. The magnets we have in our house are such a jumble of weird shit because I also forever ago on another study hall turned like all of my stickers that had just been sitting in a little pouch. I turned all of them into magnets. So we've got like Monster Hunter magnets, weird blood hunt magnets. We've got like Boku no Hero characters and my friends' emotes that they turned into stickers. Like it's just all kinds of weird shit. But I was like, if I make more pumpkins, I can put all of the other ones away and just have like cute pumpkins on our fridge. That would be nice. Not that I don't love weird chibi bunny boy Deku on our fridge. But, you know. We're just trying to be seasonal out here. Here. No. So you can really hear the stabs, you know. Is that better? Those are good sounds. Yeah, they're like nice and crunchy, huh? Oop. I'm trying to angle you so you can see it better. This way. There we go. A brush for the brush. I know, dude. I'm starting to get into the groove. I'm getting in the groove on using this yarn. Yeah, so the more you stab, the denser it gets. Essentially, the needle is, let me know if you can't hear me very well, by the way. The needle is specifically a felting needle, and they have tiny little barbs. And the idea is that somebody said that this is very similar to dreading, if you've ever had or done dreadlocks. It's like a small needle that has a bunch of little barbs on it. And it's encouraging the felt to tangle in on itself. So it grabs all of these little flyaways that are here. It grabs a bunch of those and shoves them inside. And then they tangle up, basically. And the more you stab, the more it tangles and the denser it gets. So we didn't make this one too dense because I knew that I wanted to put the string around to make the pumpkin shape, you know? There it is. I've stabbed myself once, I think, so far today. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if I blacked out on one of them. I think I've only stabbed myself once, which honestly, a record. Yeah, I haven't done a ton of felting, so please don't take like my word as gospel. There might be much more efficient ways to do some of the things that I'm doing. I literally like bought one of those little felting like kits, like one of the really tiny ones at the grocery store. And the instructions were it was literally like, take the felt to make a ball, stab it. I was like, okay. So I've like mostly tried to teach myself how to do this. I should probably watch other people felt sometime. Yeah, I've got one. I don't like it very much though. I feel like I don't have as much control. It was nice for like when I was putting the purple on here, like adding the color on top. I think it's good for that. But actually like making the base shape, I didn't like it very much. Needle is usually very sharp. It is very sharp. I made myself bleed earlier. I barely stabbed myself. Yeah, it's extremely sharp. The little barbs on the side aren't sharp. So like I can do this and it's fine. But the actual tip, very sharp, yeah. Have you used a felting pen? I've seen felting pens. I didn't get it because, I don't know. In my mind, it was like, okay, I've only ever felted with like a single needle like this. So I'll have that and then get one like this that has like a bunch of needles inside. And that should cover me, but I am curious what it's like to use the pen, because it's basically like you can pop out 1, 2, or 3 needles, so you can sort of like adjust. But I like the control. I like how this feels to hold, you know? Oh, okay. I think one more of these shits, and then and then I think I'll be sated. And we can start adding color. Do you guys want to do yellow or blue next? I can show you what the yellow and blue look like as well. Look at that. I'm getting faster and faster at unraveling these. I say that and then immediately make a knot that I cannot unravel. How long have I been felting today, or how long have I felted in my life? I have not felted very much in my life. So, you know, if this looks fun to you, you can be like, well, Dogger's barely done it. And she made a pumpkin, you know? So, like, it's just stabbing. It's just stabbing and then calling it art, and it's fun, so. Yeah, I've got a bunch of yarn that I haven't used for anything. So I was like, if I can use that even just for like the middle bit of the felting, that would be really nice. What does the brushing do? Basically, I'm trying to like get it to undo its shape. So like the yarn looks like this. Come on. Right? And so when it's rolled up like rope or like yarn, it doesn't want to give up this shape and it doesn't tangle as easily. So I'm unraveling it and then brushing through it to basically like turn it into this so that there's more area. There's more like flyaways. It's not as like tamed, you know, in that way. And just add it onto our little ball. And then we can turn it into a pumpkin. I think after adding this, I'll be fine with it. And then we can do color and it'll look more like our thing. I'm unspinning it. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I love like fabric crafts, textile crafts. I've never gotten super into sewing, but stuff like this is so fun to me. I keep watching people making those like moss rugs. It seems like it takes forever to make them, but it looks really fun. It's literally just taking just making hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of puffballs, but out of like mossy green colors, and then just adding them to rugging. It looks so nice. I love it. I have anxiety watching you. I hope you don't stab yourself. I already did it once, so. And I'm fine. I've also stabbed myself doing this so many times in the past that, hopefully I'm learning how to not do that as often. But yeah, see, so it was like very all over the place. And the more that I stab it, the more it's just tangling in and becoming a ball. So we just do that some more until all of these like big flyaways are gone. And then we can put color on top. Yeah, I would say if you want to try doing this with old yarn, don't do what I do and just grabbed old yarn and went, yeah, I'll figure it out. Chat was saying that the way they've seen other people do it for like doll hair and stuff, which I hadn't even thought about, is pet brushes. Get a couple of pet brushes and just kind of brush back and forth like you're shredding chicken or something. Just brush, 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 and it'll like do what I just did, but probably way easier. What time is it? 1:30. Okay. I'm gonna take a break in like 15 minutes. Is this one of this? No, this is like specifically a felting brush. I normally use this, which is just styrofoam, but I was getting the multi-needle tool anyway. So I was like, I'll get the brush and see what's different about it. I'm glad I did, since I've been using it to brush out the yarn. But the major difference, in terms of like a surface to stab on, they're about the same. But this one, it's sort of like, it sticks to it more because it's got all of these little bits, you know. It wouldn't stick to styrofoam. So if you felt like it was making more flyaways than you wanted, you would probably want something like styrofoam instead of the brush, because the brush is just kind of like continuously yanking on the yarn, you know? So I'm glad I have both here. Yeah. I should probably change my title, huh? Here we go. You ready? This is a real clickbait title. There we go. Stabbing ASMR. Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong? She came down in a freaking bubble, dude. The Wicked Witch of the East, bro. The other nice thing about styrofoam, you can keep your needles in it. Food for thought. Okay, I think I'm good with this now. Yeah, I'm good with this now. Okay. All right, yellow or blue? Here, I'll show you the color. Yellow or blue? It's like a gray blue. What do we think? Yellow's winning currently. Would anyone like to put in a vote for blue? Yellow, 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 yellow. Okay. Can you imagine? I just put the yellow away. Cool. You guys want yellow? Good to know. Time to throw it in the trash. It is pretty, isn't it? I like it too. I'm gonna, hold on. I don't think we're gonna use this again. I might have to put a couple layers.
Might have needed to make it a little bit bigger. That's okay though. This is just a multi-needle tool. So it's got like a bunch of needles on it. So you can do like more surface area at a time. I already broke one of the needles in it though, and I don't think I was doing anything like particularly exciting with it. So I'm trying to be careful with it. But yeah, I can just kind of like cover a larger surface area, but I don't feel like I have as much control, you know? Feels a bit harder to use. There's like so many fibers stuck in here. Come on. Okay. I didn't need to do that, but there's an entire side of this that was just vaguely pink, and I was like, there must be so many little pink fibers just sitting in there.
Yell at me in 5 minutes to take a break, please. Oops, sorry. Might be able to get some more use out of this. Yeah, so basically, we're taking wool like this. This is basically what dyed wool looks like before it gets, you know, spun into yarn, right? So it's unspun wool that's been cleaned and dyed. And then we're using a needle, felting needle. And felting needles are very sharp on the tip, and then they've got all of these little barbs that basically grab all the sort of flyaways that exist with yarn or with wool. It grabs those and encourages them to knot in on each other. And so the more you stab, the more dense it becomes. And you can make lots of different sorts of shapes. We're doing like a really basic shape today because we're making little pumpkins. So we made this one earlier. It's entirely out of felt aside from, well, the magnet and the string that we're using to like make those sort of like bubbles, you know. Nearly stabbed, but not quite. Yeah, that's good. That'll work. break time reminder. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Let's take a little break. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet and things. So go stretch, take your pills or whatever else you need to do. I'll be back in a sec. Hello, I'm back. Raiders from Hat Films. Oh my god. Hello, I look like a goblin, but I will adjust the camera. Wow. Hello. Get rid of that. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. I hope you guys are doing good. Aren't you a goblin? I can't believe this. Hi. We're doing some felting today, which is basically taking like wool that hasn't been spun into yarn, so clean dyed wool, and then stabbing it a bunch so that it retains a shape. So this is the shape we're working with right now. And in the end, it looks like this a little pumpkin. And I put a magnet on it. No! Don't betray me, not now. Why was it sliding off? Oh my God. That's foreboding. Anywho, welcome. I hope you stuck around. Oh, I forgot we had the pink as well. We talked about doing a pink one. That's okay. We're doing yellow right now. We're busy. It needs more magnets. It literally, it had no problem sticking until just then. Why? No. Maybe because it's curved. It's a curved surface, so maybe it's not able to grab on as well as it wants to. I don't know. I'll try it on my fridge and see what happens. Oh. Sticks to that. Camera or the lights are flickering. It's the lights. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. I had the microphone next to it because people liked the stabby noises. So I'm gonna adjust you back, unless you want to chitty chat for a little bit. What happened to the Cat Gang shop? We're getting it sorted. It's moving, but also it's not going to be like purely Cat Gang stuff anymore. So we're making some adjustments. We're going to be consolidating things into one place, and doing more stuff that isn't purely Cat Gang stuff, like bringing back the Death Bonus shirt and things like that. But yeah, the Cat Gang shop and the Cat Gang business has been really fun to like do because I love Danny and all of that, but like neither of us have really made any money off of it because the cost of like buying the shirts and stuff, getting the stuff made, it's lucky if we break even after selling everything. So it just wasn't working out in a way where we were like, oh my gosh, this is, you know, the way that we're doing it right now is really like worth it and makes sense. So, so yeah, it's closed right now just while we figure out exactly what we're doing. And I've said that we're probably going to bring it back up just to like put everything that's still left on like super sale, basically. But yeah, I know it's been annoying because the Cat Gang stuff has moved around so much and we've done so many different like iterations of it, but it's because we could never really figure out like how to do it properly, and it could never be either of our main focus, you know? So if either of us was able to just be like, all right, I do merch, that's like my thing, you know? Then maybe we could make it work a bit better, but you're doing it for exposure? What does that mean? Doing what for exposure? No, we haven't opened a P.O. box yet. Thank you for reminding me. Hold on. I'm going to make a big note for myself. P.O. box. There's no reason not to do it anymore. But yeah, one of the options that we have is I was talking with David, and we might consolidate everything and like produce, ship everything from Akira, from where Dodger Coffee is based. So then like all of the like Dodger stuff could basically exist in the same place and potentially on the same site, which would be cool. So okay, this one's gonna be smaller for sure. We are felting, yeah. I was just saying I had like the microphone like right down here and the camera zoomed in on it a minute ago just for the ASMR noises. We scooched it back up though because we had a raid, but I might go back to that in a sec. But this one's like noticeably smaller than this one, which is fine. They don't all have to be the same size, but I'm wondering if I should make it a little bit bigger. Maybe not, because this one is having trouble magnet-wise, like sticking to stuff. Do I want to make you bigger? Just a little bit, I think. Just a little bit bigger. You can make a cute little trio that are all slightly smaller than the last. That would be cute. That would be cute. I think even if I add like this much on, it'll still be significantly smaller. Yeah. Okay then, let's... Yeah, they're little pumpkins. Oh my gosh, one and done? That might be it, dude. Yeah, that yellow's too bright. I think that's perfect. I think that's the perfect color. No! Oh, you can't see it. That was so not exciting. It's just the colors that I've never used of my embroidery floss all have a sticker on them that say no for some reason. I've never known why. Maybe for number. It's the only thing I can ever think of. But okay. All right. Let's see. But there's no number. They all just say no. And that's it. It's fine. I'm going to have to adjust them anyway, just like the last one. Okay, so that's what it looks like right now. I don't know if you can tell. It's too bright. Too bright, dude. But I'm gonna kind of like scooch the threads so that each of the sections is around the same size. Because currently they're not the same size. Citro, thank you so much for gifting a bunch of subs. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Cat Gang, guys. If you were gifted a sub, please take the time to say thank you. That's pretty good. Yeah. I just came in and was hit with a sub. Nice. We love that. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Although, we've got way more flyaways on this one than we did on the last one. I'm gonna try to just tame those a little bit. That's a little better. Very autumn in here. Very autumn in here. Yes. Come on, homie. Okay. Okay. Why are they struggling so much? They were fine before. Oh, whatever. dip. And pinch it together. Does it make a difference what part of the mug you're placing it on? I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna try it on my fridge later. And if it doesn't work on the fridge, then I just have to use different magnets, I guess. But these ones have always been fine, so. Come here. Yeah, I already said it might have to do with the shape of the mug. Are you attaching the magnets with hot glue? Bunch of glue got pushed out. It's fine. No! Heat of hot glue can impact magnetic properties. Interesting. Well, that might be it then. The ones I have in my house, though, were also hot glued, and they've been fine. So I don't know. They might stick better after they cool down. We shall see. I hope so. Okay, time to add on our little diddly boops. Come here. One. Whoa. Two. I'm gonna need to cut off some of these flyaways. They are bad on this one. Cute. Yeah, I mean, if the hot glue is affecting the magnets and the magnets don't work, then I'll just use super glue or something. Stop! Oh my gosh, there's just fuzzies everywhere now. Yeah, I'm talking with Bree about doing the last night the boys did like a Minecraft D&D thing. And Sam was like, "It's really fun. I think you'd really like it." So, stuck well enough to the scissors, dude. So I messaged Bree and Summer and Manda. So we'll see if I get responses. But that would be really fun. Cute. Cute little pumpkins. Boop. You go over there. Oh no, now we have to start all over again. All of you, so over there. Okay. They're super cute. I have no patience for crafting like this anymore. There are some things that I just don't enjoy doing anymore, like craft-wise. I like this one though. There's something really like brainless about it, you know? Okay, we're gonna go back to this while I'm having to take apart a bunch of yarn and shit. There we go. Zoom, rotate, derotate. Okay. Back to this shit. Back at it again. Get these boys in here because they're cute and we worked hard on them. Stop flickering, dude. Why all the flickering? These lights are new. And we just had the electrics done. So what are you flickering about, huh? Talk to me. Okay. That was short-lived, that one. What? Okay. All right. Nice. What about this side? What are we doing over here? kind of yarn. What kind of yarn am I using? Just basic wool yarn. Get rid of that little guy. That's a little knot right there. Get out. Okay. Come on, honey. There we go. Oh my goodness. Having a lot of trouble with these two strands. Why did I say anything? Why was I like, you know what? I'm really like getting the hang of this. Like, shut up, me. Don't say shit like that. You don't know who's listening. making these. The little felt pumpkins. I put magnets on the bottom, but I've been informed that the way that I put them together might have made it so that the magnets won't work. We're gonna find out. Like they work, just we don't have confirmation that they work well yet. So. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll unravel that in a sec. Oh, my cat always comes to me crying when she hears me sneeze, and she just did it for your sneeze. Oh my gosh, say thank you to your kitty. I'm getting absolutely covered in wool. And it's gonna look like a cat was sitting on me, speaking of cats. This is what we're doing. Yeah, little mini pumpkins. I'm currently basically unspinning yarn so that we can use the fabric for the inside of the pumpkins. Because it's yarn I don't think I'm ever gonna use, so I might as well use it for this. There's some pink yarn in there. I see it. Oh my gosh. It's so wild. It just gets stuck in there no matter how often I scrape it. Any more? Yeah, just a little more. That's fine. That's good enough. I'll just do the rest of this. There's only one strand left out of like what we prepped up, so. And then we'll see how big of a ball that'll make. Goodness, sometimes they go just fine, and other times it's a nightmare. I'm gonna try to get Sam to watch Staged with me. I haven't watched it since like the original episodes came out, but there's apparently more now. Hello from Japan. Oh my gosh, John, what's up? Are you having a blast? Okay. Great. That's a pretty decent sized ball. Well, again, like, you don't have to make, the more you felt, the denser it gets. But the thing you make doesn't have to be super dense. It can be soft. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, Sam got it for me, the mouse pad. Look at that. No! Well. Single needle prevails again. It's fine. I prefer the single needle, so it's fine. Hollow Knight only needed one needle. True. Ooh, stab 2. Stab number 2 for the day. Ooh, that one hurt. Holy shit. Two stabs in like 3 hours is pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad, right? And that one's barely bleeding. Very late noticing, but I love your nails. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so not used to having acrylics. Not that I had acrylics a lot before I had Clark, but like it's definitely been since before I had Clark that that I had my nails done. And it's so easy to accidentally hurt yourself, not because like they're pokey or anything, but because they're like this extra weird layer on your nail. And so if you bonk your hand wrong, it kills. It kills so bad. Okay, this one's also going to be about the size of the yellow one, which is fine. I think we'll do this like blue gray color. trying a different strat this time. Especially because I only have the one needle again. There we go. Lurk away. Enjoy your tea. Thank you for the resub, Banished Gypsy. Let's change up the music a little bit. It can still be chill, just like different chill, you know? A little bit of pink peeking through. It's not the end of the world. Do I want that covered up though? Yeah. It doesn't look on purpose, you know? I just remembered it's September, so I resubbed. Thank you. Yeah, yesterday, Avi reminded us that you get a discount on gift subs now too for the rest of the month, which is awesome. Amarian, thank you for the gifted subs. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. If you were gifted a sub by Amarian or anybody else, please say thank you. Oh, it's actually a little bit bigger. Well, when the string is on, it might not be. Okay. I'm wondering because unless you're looking at it in the right light, it just kind of looks gray. So I'm wondering if I have like a gray blue I can use to sort of bring the blue out in it a little bit. That's too dark. That's more green, but it actually... It looks like it would suit it, though. It is wool, yeah. Huh. We do not have sheep, no. I had sheep growing up, though, and look, they're very cute, but I do not want to ever have sheep again. Ah? Did our yellow one? Hold on. I like that it names your cats and then says a couple of dogs. It's because they're not our dogs, technically. They're our farm is like sort of a light commune situation, so we're not the only ones on the property. The dogs belong to my mother and father-in-law. Oh my gosh, why am I struggling with this one so much? Jeez, I'm really struggling with this guy. Hold on. I'm worried I'm starting to like misshape it. If you would like to know, there's 3 dogs. There's a French Mastiff. Third stab. There's a French Mastiff named Mabel. And 2 Dachshunds named Nellie and Annie. If you ever hear barking outside, it is Annie. 100%. I don't even need to stick my head out to know that. Annie barks at everything. Annie barks at me, despite seeing me every single day. Are you guys hippies now? Yep, we're big ol' hippies. All right, settle down. God, why? Okay. Clark does not run away from Annie anymore. Very happy to say. She has learned to completely ignore her, which is great. Annie used to absolutely terrify Clark. She hated being barked at, which is totally fair. Okay.
Okay. Okay. What are these used for?
They're magnets. They're gonna go on my they're gonna go on my fridge. I thought to make these because a few years ago I bought magnets that look exactly like this that are felted, and at the time when I got them I was like, I bet I could make those. And then I was thinking to myself, I really want a couple more of those pumpkins, and realized, well, I'm just gonna make them. I'm just gonna make them this time. I have stuff for felting. I'm just gonna make them. Bye, Dustin. Have a good day at work. Yeah, the stem is also felt, just rolled. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Sam bought both he and I the same mouse pad. During FanFest.
Nice.
Someone was asking whether or not you could make like little mini ones. I don't know if they would read as pumpkins, like if they were this big. I think we're going to be out of town when London Fan Fest happens. But they did contact us asking if we wanted to go. I'm just pretty sure we'll be in Oregon. God, that flicker's annoying. Yeah, it's like slowly making a little dip in there without needing string. So if you committed enough time to like a little ball like this, you could definitely give it like the grooves that it needs to read as a pumpkin, for sure. Wow. 4. Four or 5? They're getting more frequent. Yeah. It's definitely harder on smaller things. Like harder not to poke yourself, you know? Yeah, it takes a lot of time to felt in a crease, but that's okay. If you already enjoy the like stabbing process, then yeah, it's fine. Just takes repeatedly stabbing over the same area a lot. Sticking a needle in the felt sounds like a rabbit eating. Cute.
It's like a little brain.
Okay, 1 sec. I'm just gonna mute myself for just a second here.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, so I think that's how it'll be. I think. Ooh. The more creases we try to add, the messier it starts to look. It's okay. Trust the process. Trust the process. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's kind of working. It just takes forever. But it is working. We wanted just an itty bitty pumpkin. Yeah, but we're specifically trying to figure out if you can like clearly felt in lines to make it look like a pumpkin, right? I think the answer is yes. It just takes forever. Is the music weird? Music is struggling. Is it still weird? Yeah? Huh. No music then, that's fine. We're only going for another 15 minutes anyway. It's so quiet now. Sorry for the foot photo bomb.
Little baby.
Aw, cute. They turned out cute, right? Good job, gang. Oh. Here? Is that right? Yeah. Hi. We're back in. Hello. The tiny pumpkin turned out really cute. Yeah. Ooh, look at those. Yeah. They all turned out cute. I'm happy with them. Hello, streamer. Hello. Hello, chat. I was here all along. I tricked you. Okay, now time for a okay. Stop. I'm gonna have to test them on the fridge and see if it behaves any differently. We made tiny pumpkins. We did it. We had a goal, and we met the goal. Huzzah. Hair in my mouth. I'm gonna go pick up my kid looking like I rolled around with cats all day. Not that that's bad, just, you know. It isn't quite factual either. Leon the monkey converted a Prime sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to the cat gang again, I suppose. I've managed to blast through 3 of my workbooks, which is more than I have ever done in a day. Body doubling, it works. I'm so glad that the study hall helped you. Yay. I'm going to put this on. Did Clark get mad that you forgot her ballerina stuff? No, not really. I asked her how ballet was, and she was like, it was good. But mommy, you forgot my ballet outfit. And I was like, I know I did. I'm really sorry. And pinky swear that I will remember it next week. And she was like, okay. And I did. So not a complaint, but I'm hearing whirring. I should really have a command for the audio situation in this room. I'm in a room with a gigantic server. So I have a filter on full blast trying to get rid of it. And we've got a server cabinet on the way for it. But yes, if you're hearing whirring or just general server noises, that's why. I'm just making sure I don't need to see someone about my ears. No. This like wind noise basically is that's what it is. Okay, put everything back. Ugh, come on. Okay, grab this. Oop. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I appreciate it. It was fun for me. We haven't done a craft day in a while, but they're always fun. Even if the thing doesn't work perfect, we always walk away like, yeah, that was productive, you know? Don't yell at me for cleaning my glasses with my shirt. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're not the first and you won't be the last. On a scale of 1 to 10, how easy would you say that was? Oh, scale of 1 to 10. Honestly, the hardest part was the string. Keeping the string in place. If you're able to do the string, I would say it's like a 2. Because you're literally you just take a bunch of wool and you basically roll it into a ball and then stab it a lot. You just stab and stab and stab and stab and stab until it gets like dense and compact. If you wanted to, do the string, that's a little annoying. It's a little annoying, but it's not difficult. It's just annoying, I would say. All of this got hot glued on. This is just brown felt that I rolled up. That's hot glued on, although the jury's out on whether or not I've ruined the magnets by hot gluing them. So, maybe hold on that. But if you're able to cut out shapes, cutting these bits out, requires a little bit of dexterity, but for the most part, it's just stabbing. So just be careful and don't stab yourself, and you're good. How much money is it to start up this hobby? So, okay. This is what I started with. It's literally just a block of styrofoam. So if you have styrofoam somewhere in your house, or if you buy something that has styrofoam, just keep a square of it, and that can be what you stab into. The reason you want something to stab into is because the needles are pretty fragile. So if the needle goes through what you're felting and hits like wood, for example, it'll just shatter. So this is what I got as like another option. But I used both today, and I've only used this before today. So do I think that this is necessary? Not really. You could just use styrofoam. You can get things like this, multi-needle tools. This also broke today. So these are super cheap. I got a pack of 2 of these for $2. And they have not broken yet. But
the reason that people like the multi-needle ones is because they cover a bigger surface area. But again, mine broke first day using it. So there's probably really nice ones that don't break super easily. I don't know. This is not necessary. I got this because I got this. And I knew I was going to need to like scrape fibers out of it. But as established, you don't need this, so you don't need this either. The most expensive part is the wool. So if you're buying wool like this, just like felting wool, it's decently expensive, just for like I would say like 4 or 5 balls like this size of different colors of wool. You could probably get for like $10. But again, as we experimented with, we took this yarn and basically like unspun it and used it at least for the center part of these, so that we were just using color on top. And that worked fine. So if you've got like yarn sitting around that you're just not using and you don't mind the effort of combing it out, you can use that. So we were also talking about how some people felt with like their dog or cat hair if they have an animal that sheds a lot. So, you know, food for thought. How many times did you stab yourself? What, 5? 5 times in the end? Not too bad. Only 2 of them drew blood. And it wasn't very much at all because the tip is so tiny. You can get little finger covers, yeah, if you're worried. Tactile shop with a detective branding theme. Call it Scotland Yarn. That's very good. Scotland Yarn is very good. Felt piggies. I do have pink. I could make felt piggies. That would be cute. It's shedding season for my husky. I'm about to start up a new hobby. Do it. Why not, right? Give some to the birds. And then what are you going to do with the rest of it? Just felt with it. But clean it first. Dogs are doing all kinds of weird shit. Clean it. Clean it. And then, yeah, why not, right? Okie dokie. NATO Potato, 19 hours ago, redeemed a cheers. And I am going to give their points back, but since I betrayed their trust and didn't do a cheers, let's do it now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. This is our first craft stream in forever, and obviously our first craft stream in the new office. And it was a success. I think they turned out so cute. So hold on, I'll put them here so that we can appreciate our weird little babies we made. What is today? Wednesday. So I won't be back today, but tomorrow we'll be getting back to Oily Tim. See what that man's up to. Although the new Rusty Lake also came out. So, I don't know. And that's it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. If you're having an amazing day, thank you for being here. And if you're having a terrible day, thank you for being here. I hope we cheered you up a little bit. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Boop. Timmy!
All right, NATO Potato, I'll give your points back. We're opening up Raid Leader if anybody wants to snag it. And let's see. Poshcat, thank you for the 73 months. Josie Springs for the 33. Ryu for the 4 years. Happy anniversary. Thank you very much for the support. Stubadale, thank you for the 112. Healydorf for the 32. Neo Archidros, thank you for the 32. Twisted Mickey for the 8. Punctuality, again, welcome to the Cat Gang. And a Corm de Squirrel, welcome to the Cat Gang. Both of you, thank you very much for subscribing. April, thank you for the 63. Ice for the 102. Hat Films, thank you so much for the raid. Again, if you stuck around after the raid from Hat Films, I hope you had a good time. I hope you come back, etc. And I hope you guys are doing good. SP Wolf Tech, thank you for the 76. My Fate for the 4. Citro for all the gifted subs. Thank you again for those. Banished Gypsy for the 6. Versatile Fairy for the 8. Amarian, thank you so much for all the gifted subs as well. Chef Wombat, thank you for the 21. And Elodie's for the 58. Thank you. Thank you. Milsha. Boop. Oopsies. Oh, yeah, they're doing some drawing. All right. Boop. There you go. We're going to go say hi to Milsha. Go say hi, spread love, spread joy. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay? Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. An ad is about to start? Oh, is it? Oh, is it? I don't think it is, actually. Ka-chow.